Alright, hello everybody. Welcome to this chill TP test we're going to be doing today. Hope you guys are all excited. With me I have Pheno and Dragonbane on commentary.
Hello.
Hello.
If you guys could tell us if the audio balance is okay, that would be nice, just to make sure. But yeah, so right now we're just creating our file with file name round 2. And let's get started. Alright, I lowered the game audio a little bit. Should hopefully be okay now. Anyway, we're starting right off with Back in Time, just like RTA would do. So we're going to take this rock and we're going to use it to clip through the Orden Gate, and then backflip into the Void while resetting on a specific frame to then respawn ourselves on the title screen. And from here we can actually take the dummy title screen file that the game uses and save it over as file 1 because it has some useful properties that we like to take advantage of.
Reset.
Yeah, they should be able to hear you guys.
So something Jim did there that he's going to be doing a lot in the run is basically he saves the file and then resets. And the game actually tells you not to reset the console, but it actually saves the file to the log. And like, it's really quick. It's like 10 frames or something like that. So he's actually hitting the reset button before he even presses A to save the log, just so he can get back to the title screen as quickly as possible. So you barely even see the saving action happen.
Yeah, they're all saying you're too
Saves a little
quiet.
bit faster on top.
Alright, Discord should be louder now. The beginning of this run is mostly just a lot of rolling around and collecting the lantern, so good time to balance the audio. If you guys could try saying something else.
How is everyone?
Hello.
It's me, DB. Right.
Also, yes, the language choice that we have for this run is the German version. The reason for that, even though Japanese technically is the fastest language, the Japanese version has a glitch on it that was patched, which saves us 15 minutes in the run. So that's why we're not using Japanese.
Yeah.
Something you may notice in certain areas when Jim is rolling, like right here, he'll roll and then wait a little bit before the second roll and then roll again. That's just to cover the maximum amount of distance at the top speed that you can achieve. The speed scaling in this game is really weird.
Yeah. Also, Gymnast uses a lot of angle locking, I guess. You can explain this, maybe?
Oh yeah, well, I call it angle locking. I think everyone else just called it analog glitch. But pretty much, if you hold a direction and then target for one frame, the control stick kind of gets locked based on where the camera was during that one frame target. So it allows you to like turn the camera however you want without having to worry about the control stick direction being affected.
Yeah. That's why you hear the camera sound a lot. Also, like focusing.
Yeah, the glitch that doesn't work in Japanese is map glitch.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably 20 minutes, actually.
That saves a lot of time. Anyway, now it's time for the goats.
Goats.
Those are fun. For reference, I think the RTA record here is like 15 seconds and then like, I don't know, 66 in a second or something like that, like 1560.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 15 and a half. Of course, this is a task, so we do it in a little over 14 seconds.
This is not the actual test record, right?
No, I think it is.
No, that is, yeah.
It is?
Yeah. Because the previous test that, or the previous work in progress that Fino and Rachel did got a
Yeah.
1433.
Oh, really? Okay. Cool.
Alright, so right now we're actually going to enter Bo's house. We can do this right now because we saved over back in time, back when we did it earlier. And so it set a flag that allows Bo's house to be open, and allows us to come and get the iron boots way earlier than intended.
Like this allowance saves 2 minutes.
Yeah, it
Normally
also...
there's a cutscene here that kind of like regulates this text, but because that cutscene only triggers when Bo's outside the house. So like the text is still there and he can still wrestle him, but he has to like keep talking to him to actually get to the point where he
Yeah.
gives him the prompt.
He's actually in the house by default, but the
Yeah.
door is just locked earlier.
Now, this part of the wrestling is actually RNG, which moves Bo can do, but because this is a task, obviously we can just get perfect RNG. And the fastest way to get Bo out of the ring is by slapping him and then pushing him out. So now we get the iron boots at 6 minutes and 43 seconds.
Really good.
Pretty solid time.
Yeah. Also right here, we went out the right door of Bo's house. The right door in a set of double doors always has the faster animation. So that's the door that we use each time. It also conveniently sets us closer to where we need to go. And so now we're going to be saving over file 2 for a glitch that we're going to be doing later called Early Monkeys.
Good ball.
And wherever it's possible to bonk and not lose time, we're going to bonk.
Nice. Yeah, doors are important. The right door is always first.
I think there are some exceptions to that in Hyrule Castle, though, where it doesn't matter which
Oh, yeah, it doesn't
side of
matter.
the door you go through.
Yeah,
For some reason in Hyrule
because you
Castle,
come out of the same door.
yeah, you'll always come out the right door. Anyway, now we're a wolf. We've wrong warped into the Okami task.
There's like a single frame or two there where you can actually attack the box right as the cutscene triggers and break it, which just saves a small amount of time when digging out of the cage.
Yeah. 3 frames, I think. So now we see a lot of wolf movement.
Yeah, the sewer area is pretty much like the tutorial for Wolf Link. You'll also notice that we have the Hylian shield and Orden's sword on our back, because we got those items thanks to Back in Time. Back in Time also, or whenever you do Back in Time, Link's file name actually gets reset back to Link. So even though we entered in a file name at the beginning, it's not going to affect anything here. It's still just going to be called Link. And Epona is still just going to be called Epona.
So yeah, this is all pretty straightforward. You can't skip much here.
Yeah, so most of the sewers is just movement optimization. There's actually a technique that we use called dash canceling, where if we initiate a dash but then interrupt it with either a B attack or by some other action like jumping off of a ledge, we won't have to wait for the cooldown on the dash attack if we interrupt it early enough.
Yeah, what you see there where he's doing the little jumps on the ledges, those are technically dash cancels.
There's also these first frame Midna jumps that we can get whenever we need to jump somewhere with Midna. If she has text right before we jump with her, then there's a single frame right after the text appears that we can jump to her before needing to normally wait for like a second and a half.
I love the map spam. There's actually a text skip he did right there. Normally when you come out of that area, Midna talks to you, but there's a frame where you can jump before she talks. This game has a lot of like dumb frame perfect things that just save a tiny bit of time.
Yeah. And some frame perfect things that save a lot of time.
Yeah, as we'll see later.
Alright, so now right here we're going to save this file over slot 3, which is again going to be used to do back in time once more later. And I'm pretty sure you've noticed by now, but Twilight Princess thankfully gives us the ability to skip a lot of cutscenes, which is really nice. We don't have to watch that many.
I actually don't know how long it would be if you watched all the cutscenes.
Pretty sure it would
I don't
add
think I've
like
ever seen.
it would add at least like half an hour, I would assume. Anyway, this is Hugo the Boglin, and we're going to be using him for a skip coming up called Sword and Shield Skip. Even though we already have a Sword and a Shield, we need to skip collecting the Orden Sword and the Orden Shield, which normally we need to go get before Midna allows us access to the Twilight. But the trigger that Midna has to try and stop us from going into the Twilight is only a ground trigger, and behind it there's an air trigger that allows us to go into the Twilight. So if we can jump into the air trigger without touching the ground, then we can skip that trigger and skip the Orden Sword and Shield. So we're going to be using this Boglin to do a long jump attack, to jump over the trigger and enter the Twilight.
God, that's crazy. I actually see that before, but I didn't realize you don't even wait for him to attack to do the jump. You just like walk back and then do it. It's just insane.
Yeah, it's so fast.
Yeah, so now we're in Farron Twilight. We're actually not going to be completing this Twilight section. We don't have to collect any of the bugs. But we still have to defeat some Shadow Beasts. So the goal with these Shadow Beasts is that we need to kill 2 of them so that the 3rd one reawakes them, and then we can go back to Midna to learn the Midna charge. When we do spin attack them, we want to hit all of them on the same frame so that we only get 1 hit stop effect. Because if we hit them on different frames, then we'll get multiple hit stop effects, which will waste a few frames.
And Jim also did something there that I think he does on basically every Shadow Beast fight, where he actually doesn't target all 3 of them with the Midna attack, but he manages to line it up perfectly so that when he comes back to hit the 2nd one, it actually hits the 3rd one too, which saves time. Some more single frame, like frame perfect time savers there. Whenever you dig out from a hole, Midna actually sits on your back and there's an animation where you have to just wait very briefly, but there's a single frame where you can dash before it happens. Like here. You did it again there.
Yeah, so now we need to get through the poison fog area. And normally we need to do minute jumps across these pillars, but with some precise regular jumping we can just get across them.
Yeah, it saves the time of Midna having to go over to where you have to jump.
And then right here, we can jump down by doing long jump attacks off of the keys that are in this area. Which took forever to manipulate, but gotta save that time. And so now we're gonna do one of the bigger sequence breaks of the run called Early Master Sword. By using a super jump off of this Shadow Beast, we can jump way high upwards and get out of bounds. And then from this collision, we can jump to the Sacred Grove, which contains the Master Sword. So let's go get the Master Sword.
I mean, you can try to do that in a real-time attack, but it's really hard.
So as you saw there with the howling, you don't actually have to howl exactly correctly. As long as you're pretty close, it'll count it. So you can kind of mess around and do goofy shit.
Yeah, also right
Yeah,
there
you can
on that-
always do memes.
Yeah, lots of vibrato. You may have noticed back there on the ledge before I got the first hit on Skull Kid. It looked like I teleported up to the ledge immediately. There are a few ledges in this game that are like that, where if you like climb up at the very edge of it, you'll just kind of go up it immediately. Saves a few frames. So pretty much now we just have to go around attacking Skull Kid until he finally lets us go see the Master Sword.
If you B-attack the Skull Kid here at like the perfect angle, normally you're supposed to stay up there on the ledge where he just was, but you'll actually just spawn down here in the cutscene on the ground, which saves a little bit of time. It's actually, I had to do this before, and I remember it being pretty difficult to get like the correct angle to spawn down there.
And then Skull Kid just kind of disappears. Because the developers probably assumed you wouldn't be able to get to him that fast. So during this section, we want to collect some rupees, because we will need 300 rupees later to fix the cannon to go to City in the Sky. And on each one of these cycles, we only want to kill one of the puppets, because if we kill multiple of them, then we get multiple hit stop effects. And the less hit stop effects we get, the more frames we save.
For those who don't know what that is, it's sort of like lag frames for the game, so while you're hitting multiple enemies, the game will actually literally stop for a few frames.
Yeah, it's meant to create like a dramatic effect when you deal damage to an enemy. So now we can play a slight variation of Zelda's Lullaby.
There's actually like multiple solutions for this puzzle, but most of them are just as fast as the other ones.
And I think this right here was probably the easiest thing to task.
And you probably noticed there's like, in between jumping between blocks, there's like a single frame where you can just do something. So Jim's just like turning on the senses, and then that game immediately kicks him back off.
And so now we get the Master Sword in under 20 minutes.
It's insane. The fastest Master Sword arcade time. It's like, like a high 20 or something like that. Low 21.
Yeah, so the Master Sword cutscene is unfortunately one of the ones that we can't really skip. But the Master Sword early on is very useful because it gives us the ability to transform between Human Link and Wolf Link while we're in Twilight. And it also gives us the ability to map warp wherever we want using warp portals. And of course, one other benefit of having the Master Sword is that it does more damage than the Orden Sword. It will allow us to kill enemies much quicker.
Also lets this warp anywhere. Did you say that? I didn't remember you saying that.
Did I what?
Did you say that the Master Sword lets you warp
Yeah.
immediately? Yeah, okay. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry, not,
it does. The Master Sword does 4 damage. And Wooden Sword does 1.
Yeah, so now we're going to go back through the Farron Woods, and we're actually going to go straight to the Forest Temple. As I said earlier, we're not going to be completing this Twilight section because that's not necessary. Now that we did this earlier, but we can take a little shortcut through this cave as Wolf Link. Saving a few seconds. Also, one really weird thing that I noticed is that sometimes between loading zones, Wolf Link's speed just goes up to really high values for seemingly no reason. Like a random thing I noticed while tapping. Anyway, we did a save warp there, and now we're gonna go to our third file again to do Back in Time. This is the file that's saved on the rooftops, so we can just side hop off and reset on a specific frame to activate Back in Time. We couldn't just jump off immediately because there's a text trigger that we need to avoid there. And so now we're going to load up file 2 after doing what's known as byte Back in Time equipped. And then we're going to reset that file and then skip the cutscene it spawns us in as quickly as we possibly can, which will set an internal value in the game called the boss flag to a value of, I think it was 39. And this particular value is useful because it's also linked to the amount of monkeys that you have in Forest Temple. So because of this, I won't have to collect any monkeys in Forest Temple. I'm just going to get monkeys, pretty much.
What the heck is going on? Yeah, so he does the Back in Time glitch to spawn on the title screen, and then voids out to trigger a respawn, while at the same time playing a file. And the file he saved earlier is set up in a specific way that going to basically load a certain room, a certain state, a certain spawn point on the title screen that's going to trigger the King Bubble 1 fight, because the King Bubble 1 fight is actually done on the title screen stage. And then once that fight triggers, he can set the boss flag by doing the trick where you just reset and then skip the cutscene at the same time. It's kind of confusing until you really understand how it's done, but you know, it's all in an effort to skip saving the monkeys.
So and right here, Gymnast skipped the messengers again because it's faster in
Yeah.
test.
Yeah, we don't need the portal that those messengers spawn, because we're never gonna come back to Farron Woods. Anyway, we can manipulate these spiders to never get us while we climb up this, these vines right here. Normally, normally if you try that in RTA, the spiders would probably decimate you every single time. Alright, so we saved one monkey. The one right at the beginning. We're forced to save that one no matter what. But now when we open this door, we're magically gonna get 3 more monkeys, which is enough to cross the bridge to go to the Gale Boomerang mini-boss room. So this is the effect of what we did on the title screen earlier, is now we magically get these 3 monkeys. And so we don't have to do basically any of Forest Temple. Now this is Ook. The least amount of times that he can jump on the platforms is twice, so we manipulate that. And then with a single jump slash quick spin and a stab of the Master Sword, he's dead. Without the Master Sword, this would be a 2-cycle fight, but thanks to the extra damage of the Master Sword, it's a 1-cycle. Now we get the most broken item in the game, the Gale Boomerang. Gale Boomerang is going to allow us to do lots of fun things. And now we're done in Forest Temple. We don't need to complete Forest Temple. So we're just going to save warp back to the beginning of the dungeon and then go out. And it's faster to warp back to the one portal that we have right now. Because thanks to the boomerang... yeah, you can go ahead.
So Jim mentioned earlier that Warren won't be coming back to North Huron. There's actually a gold wolf there with that teaches you Ending Blow. We actually do need that wolf, but we'll be getting it a different way later on.
Yeah, the one hidden skill, or the first hidden skill, the Ending Blow, is required. If we don't get the Ending Blow later, we actually can't deal the final blow to Ganondorf to complete the run. That's like the one requirement. Anyway, right here we're going to use the Gale Boomerang to do a long jump attack, and skip over the trigger that tries to block us from getting out of Farron Woods early. And now we're in Hyrule Field.
And so for those not in the know, the long jump attack is basically just an abuse of a targeting system. Basically, if you target something that's either over a void or over higher ground than where Link is currently standing, Link will jump to it at a really high speed. And when you throw the boomerang, if you don't move at all, you'll actually target the boomerang, so you can abuse that to throw the boomerang into out of bounds or just high up areas to let you jump really far when you're not supposed to. He's going to do it here to skip the postman.
Yeah, this is also the reason that we choose the GameCube version for this task over the Wii version, because in the Wii version you actually can't do the long jump attack with the Gale Boomerang, which is why it loses time.
The actual long jump attack still works in the Wii version, but we think they accidentally fixed it because you can't pull out your sword without swinging it in the Wii version, which is what makes the target. Otherwise, it would work.
Yeah, the mechanic is still there. It's just that you can't have your sword out while targeting the boomerang. So anyway, this is Elden Twilight. We're only going to be coming here temporarily, and then we'll be coming back to finish it later. The main reason we're here is because we want to defeat these messengers to get map warping. But I also want to get the portal in Kakariko Village so I can warp back to Kakariko Village conveniently later also. So I'm going to do a one-frame jump attack here and then void out in the gorge, which will respawn me near the entrance to this field. Because now there's actually a giant cutscene trigger around the gorge. And if I touch that trigger, it's going to force me to warp back to the Farron Woods, which I don't want yet. So to skip over that trigger, I'm going to do what's known as the rupee roll, where I can get on this fence with a rupee, and then backflip off. Then I can do the long jump attack again to jump over this giant gorge, be on my way to Kakariko Village.
God, that's insane. It's crazy.
So right here, there's a gate, but thankfully gates are broken, so we're just going to run through it. There's actually one frame during the animation of that gate swinging back and forth where the collision at the center separates very slightly. And so because of that, we can then just dash through the center.
It's worth noting, and you're going to see it here, but because Jim got the Iron Boots so early on and you're not supposed to have them, they actually tied the King Bubblin 1 fight here later on to having the Iron Boots. So when you see Jim run around weird here, it's because he's avoiding that trigger. He doesn't want to hit it. Because the King Bubblin 1 fight is not necessary, we're going to skip it completely. And then the cutscene trigger here for map warping is gigantic. You can actually hit it from the other side of the bridge, which is really convenient. And that jump attack he did to avoid this, so that he could get the Kak warp, was what we were talking about earlier. That single frame jump attack actually saves over a minute, or it's around a minute. So Jim takes the Force Warp, and then instead of going right back to Kak, because we have map warping now, he's actually going to go to Linear. Just the route works out better.
Yeah, so now we get to dash across Hyrule Field once again. Very exciting. You'll notice that Wolf-Link's shadow right now actually has Midna on his back. But Midna doesn't appear on Wolf-Link's side because they're not in the Twilight currently. Which is kind of strange. They'll also be more visible up here on a wall to our right side. Once we clip past this gate also. So just like the other gate, we bonk into it, and then during the animation we can run through it. So we're going here, or yeah, you can explain.
Okay, so once you get to a certain part of Lanayru here, Jim just kind of waits because you have to wait for the area to load in, and once it loads in, it automatically warps you to Lake Hylia Bridge. And then of course he jumps in, and he's actually going to go to Lake Bed right now. The RTA strat here is actually to swim and do this as human, but because this is task, we can actually RNG manipulate a Ruby and then do a very difficult trick called Ruby Dive, so you clip out of bounds.
And so once we've fallen out of bounds enough, we can just swim to the loading zone for the Lake Bed Temple.
This trade is frame perfect.
Yes, yeah.
And once we're inside Lake Bed, at the beginning there's this long water tunnel that you normally have to go through. But if we save warp, we can actually teleport out to the first room instead of having to go through that tunnel. And that only works because we have the Master Sword right now. If we couldn't do early Master Sword, then we wouldn't be able to save warp to the front of the temple. Anyway, here's another gate, and we're gonna skip it.
Poor gates, man.
Yeah. Now we can use some long jump attacks to get across this room.
The iron boots.
Oh yeah, the whip you saw didn't use that, did it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I actually ended up tassing all of Lake Bed twice. Because I missed a 5-second time saver before Lake Bed originally. Anyway, now we're gonna walk out of bounds up these stairs so that we can do a really precise long jump attack over to get Ugu.
This is so we can return to Lake Bed later.
This is one of my favorite strats.
God, that's crazy. Normally you don't get to Uku like that. You have to do a much more slower way of doing it, but that LJ is like task only, so he's able to do that. It's just crazy.
Yeah, Lake Bed is pretty much just a long jump attack playground.
There's actually going to go into the backside of the Deku Toad fight, which you're not supposed to be able to do anything from here. You just kind of see a locked gate and turn around. But Jim actually has remnants of the boss flag left over, because the early monkeys doesn't deduct the entire value of the boss flag. And as long as it's at least one, whenever you go into like boss loading zones, you can actually trigger the fight early. So he can just look up and it triggers the fight, which it's not supposed to do.
Yeah, so the point of this fight is to defeat all the little fish, and then we can anger the Deku Toad who tries to jump up and flatten us. I can see up right there to make him drop sooner. And then with 10 slashes of the sword, he's dead. Now we got the claw shot early. So from here we're going to save warp back to the first room of the dungeon, and then from there we're going to use Uku to exit the dungeon. The reason we save warped first is because we actually want to come back to the first room of Lake Bed later, so we're just going to do the save warp now to get that out of the way. Because with Uku, we'll be able to come back to the room that we left from.
You also can't Uku out of that room that he was in, so he would have had to save warp or leave normally, which is slow. So it kind of works out.
Alright, so right here you'll notice that I'm not entirely running in a straight line. The reason for that is because, like we mentioned with speed earlier, if you're going uphill, your speed gets decreased kind of significantly. You can't really notice it if you're just playing normally, but in a TAS, or like when you're going through frame by frame, you can see the differences if you're not walking on flat ground. So I was running perpendicular to the slope so that I wouldn't get any slowdown of my speed in those situations.
Yeah. There's actually a way to get around that and just run in a straight line without losing the speed, but unfortunately the technique to do that wasn't found until about, I don't know, a quarter of the way through this task. You're gonna see it whenever he goes into Elven Twilight.
Yeah, that's one of the problems with long tasks like these, is that tricks will get discovered while the task is being made that could have made earlier parts faster.
Nice LJ.
The underwater LJA. Anyway, we're gonna clip out of bounds with this Kargarok here. And fly through this area out of bounds. This map kind of zigzags, as you can see on the bottom left. But if we're out of bounds, we can just fly through it pretty straight. So doing the flight this way saves about, I think it's about like 4 to 5 seconds. Doing it normally or
Yeah, it's
something.
like 6 seconds, actually.
The game will try to like auto-correct where the Kargarok's going though, so I can't just like fly freely out of bounds. The game will try to like maneuver the Kargarok back to the center.
Some interesting angles. And there's another Midna text here, but he's just gonna jump out of it.
And again, the reason I'm not running in a straight line here is because I get less slowdowns if I run in the pattern that I just did to get to the loading zone.
Invisible hills.
Although in some cases, when I need to get around going over invisible hills, I can just use a Keese to long jump attack over.
So Jim mentioned earlier, anytime there's text before Midna jump, you can actually, there's a single frame where you can jump to where Midna is going to be. For some reason, on this jump, it doesn't work. It's the only one. It's very strange.
Yeah, also there, I did a lot of jumping up the slope that I was climbing, because jump speed is faster than the speed that I would have had climbing the slope regularly. Alright, so now we got the warp portal at the top of Zora's domain. And now that we have that, we're going to go back and complete the Elden Twilight. Because we need the portal at the top of Zora's domain to activate the Lineru Twilight later. Unfortunately, with what we currently know, it's not possible to skip these 2 Twilight sections.
To thaw the domain and complete Linear Twilight, you have to use the meteor that drops in Death Mountain, and it won't drop until you complete this Twilight, so those both bottleneck.
Yeah. The only reason you do Elden is to start now.
But, yep. And normally you're supposed to start this by going into Renato's Sanctuary, but we can actually do a trick to do it backwards and skip the cutscene in there.
Yeah, so as Human Link, we can actually clip into the well from behind to get to the basement, where there are 3 more bugs located.
And again, this skips that whole section where you have to grab the torches and light them and move the statue. Saves a little bit of time.
And we go to get the Malomart bug. Now with this bug, we can actually agitate it by bonking from below, and then having it just kind of drop down into us. You'll also notice that I tend to push these bugs around a little bit, so that I can get them closer to the location that I need to go to before they explode and form their tier.
This bug here is actually kind of picky. If you're standing in the wrong spot, he actually won't jump down. Dash cancels up the stairs just because this thing moves too slow inside.
His movement here is really awesome.
And there was also a yellow rupee that I collected right there. Because again, I need 300 rupees eventually for the City in the Sky cannon.
Yeah, and you'll see that sort of movement later on in Hyrule Castle too. Basically, any area that stubs Wolflink's movement, it's going to be faster to actually dash and then B attack to cancel the dash so that you get a dash again. In normal areas like outside here, it's not faster to do that, just because the slowdown is so great after the dash, it actually saves time.
Yeah, so more bugs, more rupees. Alright, so like I mentioned a few minutes ago, one of the problems with long tasks like these is that techniques will get discovered like while the task is being made that could have made earlier parts faster. And one of those techniques is brake sliding, which we'll see right after we crash through this window. So now you're going to see Wolflink do a lot of moonwalking all of a sudden, because this is when brake sliding was discovered. And so brake sliding is a useful task-only technique, or it's basically task-only, because it allows us to conserve speed as we go up slopes, and not get affected by the slowdowns that would normally happen. Right here we can do a precise jump over this ledge to get to this bug early, and kill it before it goes in the house, which will then kind of like despawn the house and give us the tears without us having to go inside.
And there's a text trigger there with Midna, where she talks to you about the house, which only appears after you've gotten the tears, but or after the house explodes, but Jim just ran around it, basically.
So there's a lot of pots in here, which means lots of rupee manipulation. Lots of blue rupees.
It's a nice rupee count.
And now it's time for us to ascend Brake Slide Mountain. Let's do this. So because pretty much all of the ground here is sloped upwards, we just brake slide through all of it.
Brake slide speed trails very slowly, so he'll dash and then brake slide and then wait a little bit, and then typically we'll dash again just because it's quicker to get back up to speed and start a new one.
Yeah, that's used in a few locations, but not very many. Only during like really long running sections as Wolflink. It's mainly useful only as Wolflink also. There are a few human Link uses, but the bulk of the time saved with brake sliding comes as Wolflink. If I had known about brake sliding when the task started, probably would have saved maybe like probably 20 seconds, I think.
Yeah. There's a Steam cycle, like frame perf
Oh yeah,
on this
so
first test.
there's this steam vent here that we need to cross with a minute jump, and thankfully Task can just barely avoid having to wait an extra cycle for the steam. Only by like a few frames. And then that bug, for some reason you have to wait for that bug to become vulnerable. But that's it for Elden Twilight. So now we're gonna break Malo's neck with a Wolflink jump attack. Just a little funny thing we can do there. So this is the meteor that Fina was talking about earlier that we need to come and get, because it doesn't spawn until after we beat Elden Twilight. right here is Human Link. I side hopped out of a text trigger, and then I decided to go under the water with the iron boots to get to like the main part of Zora's domain, and that allowed me to skip having to go through trigger with Rutella, who normally would want to talk to us for a bit there. Now we can start the Lanayru Twilight, which is the longest Twilight section. But it has lots of break sliding, so it should be fun. So as Wolflink, your speed can actually vary depending on what area you're in. In some areas, your base speed will be 33, and in other larger areas, like Lake Hylia or in Hyrule Field, your base speed is 45. Which is why sometimes it looks like Wolflink is running kind of a little slower or faster than usual. It just depends on the area. Good funk. Another useful property of break sliding is that it allows us to sort of orient ourselves in useful directions if we need to go over a switchback or something.
So Jim skipped the Rutella cutscene earlier, and it's actually still here, so he's gonna have to skip it again.
Yeah, there was actually a way found much later in the task that you can actually skip the Rutella cutscene as Wolf. So unfortunately we didn't get to implement that either, which saves 6 or 7 seconds. But now we get to do the Vine Claw Shot out of the waterfall.
Which is insanely precise.
Yeah. That one
So
shot
good.
It makes it look easy, but it's actually
It's the best.
crazy precise.
Yeah, that took I think that single claw shot grab took 3 hours to get.
I was begging gymnasts to do this.
Yeah, aside from collecting more bugs, we also get some more rupees. We get 6 in the grass right here. It doesn't waste any time because we have to wait for a few seconds after a tier forms before we can actually collect it, which is kind of annoying. That was one of the things that they actually changed in Twilight Princess HD, is that you can collect tears immediately after the bug dies without having to wait a few seconds. This task started on, I believe the date was March 15th, 2016. You can actually see the date that it started if you look at the save files whenever we do a save warp, because I believe it should show the correct time of, or the actual day that the file was created. So this is one of those situations we were talking about earlier where we're going to do a really long break sliding session, but because the break slide speed tapers off slowly, it's faster to eventually turn around and then start it again to get the higher speed. And this is what makes the Lanayru Twilight so long, is the fact that you need to go and get this one single bug that's in Castletown. But it also gives us this warp portal in the process, which is useful.
So here we're going to see some more dash canceling, because, like I mentioned before, the speed in like Castletown and inner areas is just, like, it's just so slow that it's actually faster to dash, cancel the dash, and then dash again.
And that bug, we had to wait until it stopped, like, being in attack mode before we could get to it, or before we could deal damage to it.
Yeah, it's invulnerable until it hits the ground, basically.
Alright, now we're back to Lake Hylia to collect a few more bugs. Do some more brake sliding. So some of the bugs are in the flying section with the Kargarok. So we will be collecting these also. This first bug we're actually going to bypass, because if you fly past bugs in this, they'll actually fly back towards you. So this one's going to appear in the top left. And just runs into us like that. Brake sliding is generally considered to be a TAS-only technique. Because, like, you could take the time to do it RTA, but each individual brake slide use doesn't really save that much time. It's just that using it over the whole run is what allows it to save, like, not multiple minutes. It probably saves, like, a minute to a minute and a half over the whole run, if I had to guess. Alright, time for the boss bug.
You can actually do some interesting strategies here with the boss bug. So normally he's supposed to run around in the water and then attack once, and then go up in the air, and then attacks again, and then you can hit him. But you can actually stun him out of his first attack if you do it right. Basically, you just collide with him right as soon as he hits the platform, and then you can grab him again immediately.
Yes, like most bosses, there are 3 cycles to this. And then after the 3rd cycle, the game wants you to normally do like this giant charge attack on the bug. But we can actually cut that charge attack short to save time by starting it and then bonking on the bug, which will start the cutscene immediately of the bug dying. And that's it for Lanayru Twilight, in just under 1 hour.
It's pretty fast.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. Alright, so now we're going to be going to steal the bomb bag from the canoeing minigame. And we can do that because we got Uku back in the water temple, or in the lake bed temple, excuse me. And using Uku, we're going to get the bomb bag and then steal it for our own purposes.
Yeah, normally when you're in the bomb bag minigame, you can't really do anything other than save warp to get out. If you try to leave through the door, she takes the bomb bag back. If you try to save warp, it deletes the bomb bag. But they forgot to check to make sure you can't actually coup out of there. So if you coup out, it actually takes the bomb bag with you.
Yeah,
And
so
Good.
here we're gonna be playing the Requiem of Spirit, so that we can then spawn Golden Wolf near Hyrule Castletown. And we're gonna be using that Golden Wolf to learn the hidden skill, the Ending Blow. Because it doesn't matter what order you go to the Golden Wolves in, or which ones you go to. The hidden skills are all in a set order, so whichever Golden Wolf you go to first will teach you the Ending Blow.
Let's go through this little section, defeat these Shadow Beasts to trigger the minigame.
Unfortunately, a little bit after Gemnus finished the segment, there was a new trick discovered that saves 20 seconds and skips the wall bombs in Egg Bend.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're gonna steal the bombs and go back to Lake Bed. But like DB just said, we need to get water bombs to get permanent bag, because we need to have a bag at the end of the game to do some tricks. And there was a way discovered pretty recently where you can actually get the permanent bag, which is the Goron bag, without water bombs. But when Jim did this, it wasn't known. So right now he's going to empty his bag to get the water bombs in that chest back there, so that he can get the permanent bag.
Yeah, so if I had known about the trick to get the Goron bomb bag with just regular bombs, we wouldn't have had to do this. So now that we have the water bombs, we can warp out of Lake Bed and then warp back to Zora's domain. And this is where the Goron bomb bag that we get is located. The Goron's trapped in a rock in Zora's domain, and using water bombs we can blow up the rock and get him out. And this is one of the reasons that German is the fastest language, is because you probably didn't see right there, but the bomb text, or the text for the bomb bag was instant, which only happens on the German version. I'm not entirely sure why that is, but that text box is just kind of broken, I guess.
And so if you're keeping track, he has a temporary bag from Iso with water bombs in it now, and then a permanent bag with regular bombs in it from the Goron. Unfortunately, he's going to save warp in a little bit, and that's going to delete the temporary bag with the water bombs, but he still needs water bombs to fight the Lakewood boss. So what he's doing now is dropping his regular bombs as he goes along to Snow Peak, so that he can eventually get water bombs later.
Yeah, so right now we're doing the map glitch, which will disable all the loading zones on this map. And this is useful in Snow Peak Province, because normally if you try to go here early, the game will void you out if you go too far up the mountain without the Reekfish scent. But because we disabled loading zones, the game can't void us out like that now.
Some more quick climbs we saw earlier. And so Jim mentioned that all loading zones are disabled here, which lets them climb the mountain. It actually disables the one that you need to dig into the cave coming up. So we have to figure out a way to get around that, because if he tries to dig in right now, the game is actually going to crash because the loading zone just won't activate.
Yeah,
thankfully the Howling Stone isn't affected by the glitch. So he's just going to come in here and howl, and then leave, and that'll fix Snow Peak.
So now map glitch is fixed, and we can dig into this loading zone without the game crashing, and continue on our way to Snow Peak.
So he's going to do a trick here to skip this messenger fight. If you LJ8 far enough down, you can actually void out at a part of the mountain where you're really not supposed to be able to get to, with just like by just jumping off. And then that respawns you in the wrong spot. It's not supposed to spawn you. It's supposed to spawn you by the door if you jump off at the top area, but because he LJ8 so far down, it actually spawned him up by Yeto, which skipped the Shadow Beast fight and actually triggered snowboarding. One side effect of that, though, is if you don't do the messenger fight, it doesn't clear the area, like the fog effect that's going on. So he's going to have to do snowboarding with this like fog effect, which in RTA is somewhat difficult because you can't really see where you're going. But of course, this is TAS, so we're going to see some really crazy stuff.
Yeah, so the fastest snowboarding speed that you get is while you're in the air. So we want to have as much air time as we possibly can, which we can extend by doing spin attacks in the air. Do some very high jumps.
The 5.
And then right here at the end of the snowboarding section, we can snowboard in such a way so that we glide along this railing at the end and gain some extra distance, which also skips having to go through a Midna trigger.
My favorite jump.
Yeah, that's insane, man.
Now we're into the Snow Peak Mansion. This is one of the more broken dungeons that we're in. Pretty much every room has a trick in it. Right here, this ceiling doesn't have collision because normally you're not supposed to be able to get to it from under there. Normally you're supposed to, I believe, blow it up as a bombable floor and then go through it.
Dropping more bombs. Just to get rid of them. Also, it's kind of worth noting. Well, hang on, I'll mention that in a minute. Right here, he's going to do a trick where he actually clips into the floor, and then goes straight down, saves a little bit of time. It's just, the collision there is weird, where all the objects meet, that you can just clip straight from the floor. But what I was going to say is you can actually... The only reason we are even coming to Snow Peak is because we want the dungeon item to stun Zingant. If it weren't for that one bottleneck, we wouldn't even need to come to this dungeon. And so this skips the cannon puzzle here. You can just run behind the Snow Peak and then open the door backwards.
Yeah, unfortunately, loading zones in this game, for the most part, if they're behind a door, they're triggered by the door. So, like, you have to open the door for the loading zone to activate. You can't just click behind the door and load the fight. Alright, this is the Dark Hammer. Right here, as I kill him, there was actually one frame right before he died where I actually picked up the ball and chain right before the cutscene. So, right when his death ends, I'm just going to immediately get the ball and chain, even though I'm nowhere near it. Next to it on the ground. And then right here, I can kill an ice bubble to get an orange rupee before I save warp.
Just more money for fixing the cannon.
And then conveniently, right at the start of Snow Peak, there's actually another orange rupee that we can get from another ice bubble. Or we use Uku to go back to Lake Bed. Orange rubies are worth 100. Purple rubies are worth 50.
And so finally, I think this is the third trip through a Lake Bed. We are finally gonna complete it this time.
We still have some bombs to drop, though, because we need to empty our bomb bag before we can get the water bombs. The game will only limit you to having 3 explosives out at once, so the second to last bomb I throw into a waterfall to have it immediately despawn, so I can more quickly pull out the last one and get the water bomb chest as soon as possible.
So Jim never got the boss key, he's not going to need it. This is actually the only dungeon in the game where you can do a boss key skip, because you don't actually open the door to go to the boss key, you open the door and then drop down to it. So the loading zone for the boss is always here in this room, you just have to get to it. Here we go.
Yes, now we have to sink down to the Morpheal fight. Thankfully, we can do this without needing the Zora armor. Because of the fact that we can do that, we can actually completely skip the Zora armor. We're not going to be needing it. There's also another glitch that we're going to be doing in this fight that allows us to refill our air meter without Zora armor. So after we quickly get rid of this eye in the first phase, I'm going to pull out a water bomb and then force unequip my iron boots, so that now Link is holding the water bomb while he's swimming. And what that allows us to do is, when we move around and then let go of the water bomb, we can actually refill our air meter that way, so that we can survive and defeat Morpheal.
Yeah, like when you do that, the game thinks you very temporarily resurface, and you just refill your air meter.
Also, he will only need one bomb.
Yeah, RTA usually has to do this fight with, I think, 2 minimum. But because it's his task, Jim's going to do just that one. You can actually do a trick here to put on iron boots and then attack Morpheal. And normally you have to wait for her to throw you off, but you can force unequip the iron boots and that'll pull you off immediately. And then you can just keep redoing that to keep getting hits. And she's dead.
Yeah, so that was the first dungeon that we actually completed in the game. Even though we've been to Forest Temple and Snow Peak earlier, this was the first dungeon that we actually beat a boss in. I think you might have jumped the gun a little there, Shrez, with the time prediction. I believe we complete Lake Bed at like 1601, or like 116 flat or something. Just because of how long this cutscene is. Alright, now, so with Lake Bed complete, we get to the Midna's Desperate Hour section of the run. Which, of course, means more brake sliding. I forgot the heart piece? Oh, well. Looks like the task is ruined. Gotta go back and get the heart piece.
Go back. So you're gonna actually see Jim pass by the golden wolf he howled for earlier. He's not gonna get right now, and the reason is because this specific golden wolf, like the first one you get, is special because it'll always drop you a North Pharaon after you do the attack, or after you get the hidden skill. So he doesn't want to do it right now because it would drop him a North Pharaon, and Midna's sort of broken right now and won't be able to warp back, so he'd just kind of be stuck. So he's actually gonna wait a little bit and do it later. Really good movement there. So RTA usually will go across the ropes here, but it's actually possible with a really precise jump. You can just go to the right here and skip the rope.
Alright, back into the sewers we go. After our introduction to Poe Souls. Now this area is actually kind of interesting. This area has a base wolfling speed of 45, but it quickly lowers you down to 33. But with brake sliding, we can actually keep the 45 speed and move much faster than we normally should be able to. That was another quick climb. So I have to kill that Bokoblin right there, otherwise he's going to annoy me as I try to cross the ropes later.
Yeah, I think even with RNG manipulation, I don't think it's possible to skip killing him. He'll shoot you down pretty much 100% of the time.
Some of these Bokoblins we can use a long jump attack to skip having to go across the ropes at the end of them. Then right here we can get the early cycle on the bridge.
You get there so fast, it's like not even early cycle, it's like normal cycle. Good punk. And so Jim needs to go to Lake Hylia next, and since he has to warp away anyway, and it's right by the Golden Wolf where it drops you. This is like the perfect time to pick it up.
So now we go through the process of learning the ending blow.
It's kind of interesting, since you do the ending blow with the wrong wolf, you actually spawn in the wrong spot. Normally you're not supposed to be that close to him. And it kind of works out because you can smack his shield much quicker because of how close you are. It saves a tiny bit of time over getting it north around.
So spin attack is the fastest choice of movement, or of attack, to knock down the hero's shade.
And like I mentioned earlier, we're now in North Huron because ending blow just puts you there.
Yeah, and since we didn't defeat the Twilight, or we didn't, like, free the area of the Twilight,
yeah.
It's this, like, weird hybrid state between, like, normal and Twilight. You spawn back there.
Yeah. You spawn in the post-Twilight state, but the Twilight effect, which is separate from the state, never gets cleared. So it's like you're in the wrong state, but the Twilight still looks like it's there. So it's kind of strange.
Now we begin a very exciting ladder climbing section. It looks very determined.
This is very intense.
Fino is actually used to being this faster.
Yeah, it feels extra slow when you're in the HD version.
Alright, there we go. We jumped off the tower. We didn't die, though.
Jump off the watchtower.
And here we turn back into Human Link, so that we can actually talk to the guy to get into the cannon. It also avoids accidentally activating a cutscene with, I don't remember the name of the bird, but he talks to you about wanting to do a mini game up through Zora's River.
Oh, Plum.
Yeah. And we get to run across the desert. The desert has a lot of varying terrains, so we switch between break slides and just like normal dashing quite often.
So normally in this area, you're supposed to steal a boar and break the fences that are directly in front of Link right now. But that's slow, and we have the ball and chain, so we're going to do something different.
Yeah, so normally right here in RTA, you'd use the ball and chain to knock down this tower to get past this wall. But as Wolf Link, you can do a very
that's right, you do
precise
something
clip.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then squeeze through
forgot.
there.
Yeah, normally, yeah, in RTA, you knock down the tower. I forgot that was a thing. Here we're going to get to see map glitch again. We're going to abuse the map glitch effect, which lets you basically fall out of bounds without pointing out. And he's going to use it to hit the King Boblin 3 trigger, which is a special trigger that actually doesn't get disabled and is always available above and below the map. So he's just going to fall below the map and then hit it underground. That skips getting the small key.
And King Boblin just gets destroyed. Now we need to use this boar to get out of here. We're not actually going to break the gate to get out of here, though. We're just going to bonk on the wall and activate the cutscene that it normally happens. This cutscene looks kind of screwed up now because we did that. Normally you'd see the boar, like, breaking through multiple gates.
Yeah, basically you're hitting the gates at the same time you're bonking, and it still triggers it, despite, you bonking and falling off. So it looks really silly.
Now we get to the Arbiter's Grounds, where we have a lot of stuff happening. So first we're going to break slide as human across this sand pit right here to get to the other side.
This dungeon is normally really boring, but in this test it's actually really good.
Yeah, it's amazing. And also something that Jim's been doing that I don't think we mentioned yet is anytime he needs to equip an item that's not the top item, he actually still equips the top item anyway, and then uses that to go to the other items. And for some reason, it just saves a frame every time you do it.
Yeah, it's kind of strange.
If you ever see if you ever see the equips and he equips 3 times, that's why he's doing that. Because it saves 1 frame.
Alright, now the pose come out. Which is the only thing we didn't find a skip for in this dungeon. This is just reminiscent of the 4 pose in the Ocarina of Time Forest Temple. So we have to kill 4 pose and get their flames back to their spots, so that this gate that now closes down can open up again.
Yeah, so we can't skip the 4 Poes, but we can skip the first one at the very minimum.
Yeah, the game assumes that you won't be able to get to the second, third, or fourth pose if you don't get the first one, so it doesn't actually check for the first one when opening the gate. But thankfully, we can actually get to the fourth Poe early and use that Poe to get the Poe sent instead of the first one, and then go get the second and third ones.
And what happened there was really quick. Basically, he did a brake slide across the sand to get to that pillar, and then backflipped onto the pillar, and then used it to slide off and grab a ledge, which you're not supposed to be able to grab this early on. Or get to an area that you're not supposed to be able to get to. And that lets him basically do the pose out of order.
Yeah, so this is the fourth Poe. It creates 3 copies of itself, and then will pretty much just fly around you. The amount of times it does fly around is RNG, so we can manipulate it to be the shortest or the least amount of times. And it happens twice. And we can kill the Poe right by the door that we need to go out next, so that we don't waste any time going to the door. We also get to close up of Wolflink's nose.
Nice out of bounds camera.
So here we're going to push this block 4 times so that we can access this area again when we want to go get the third Poe. Because it's faster to get the third Poe by going up and across the top kind of backwards through the intended sequence.
And if you're wondering why you pushed it 4 times instead of just once and then running out, a block's position actually doesn't save unless you push it 4 times.
Yeah, so right here we need to turn this pillar to turn the walls to access a small key. But we can get hit by this bubble during the animation and then gain control much earlier. This is Poe number 2. None of the other Poes spawn copies of themselves. Their fighting process is just kind of all the same. Then by getting hit during the animation of trying to extract the Poe's soul from the Poe's chest, we can do some movement before we actually collect the Poe's soul and get closer to the door. And during this cutscene, the bubbles in the area are pushing us closer and closer to the door, which is very convenient.
Once again, getting hit out of the push there to save a little bit of time. It's actually interesting, he opened the door there so quick that the column didn't get a chance to turn all the way. And if we had to do the dungeon normally, we would actually be stuck and have to reset the dungeon. Because that column controls the room above it as well, and because he exited before it turned all the way, if you were to go into that room above it now, there would just be a wall, and he couldn't continue on. But thankfully we're not doing the dungeon in normal order, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so in this dungeon, Wolflink's jump speed is kind of hindered a bit. Normally his jump speed is a bit faster than what it normally is. So instead of usually jumping off platforms, we do a B attack off of them, because a B attack is higher speed than the jump speed. And then here we're going to kill this Redead, and then dig to unveil this chain. The Redead's going to drop a red rupee, which will complete 300 rupees that we need for the City in the Sky cannon. Now we don't have to collect the small key in this room, because normally that small key would have been used on this door right here. But because we got a different small key and then opened that door from behind, the lock fell off.
And here you can see that the gate is going to open despite only have 3 souls, because there was no check for the first soul.
And so for the second half of Arbiter's Grounds, we're actually going to be going through it kind of backwards. We're going to clip through a pillar here to go and get the boss key early. The boss key is very badly protected in this dungeon. Even the bug limit and glitchless categories can get the boss key early. And in this next room, we're going to be doing some parkour on these railings. Because normally these railings are slippery slopes, but we can roll over them enough to save time getting to this door over here.
That's crazy.
And right after that, we can do another break slide to skip having to transform into wolf to cross that pit. And roll through the gate as it opens.
The optimizations, man, it's crazy.
Alright, time for Death's Sword.
First phase is pretty standard. Basically just going to attack him as soon as possible.
Alright, now for the second phase, we're going to turn into Human Link temporarily to sort of agitate Death's Sword and get him flying around quicker. Then we're going to transform back into Wolf Link and lower the Death's Sword over to this side of the room. And using a Minda charge, we can lock onto his head. And after he flies up, we can use that height to jump up and skip the gate that normally blocks the spinner chest from being accessed early.
Yep, so we just skip the fight, we don't even finish it.
And now we can save warp back to the beginning of the dungeon, because we can't exit this room anyway. But because we've already done the first part of the dungeon, we don't need to go through it again. Or we do need to go through it again, but we can just, like, roll past everything.
So Jim's gonna be doing a few spinner groups here to like either raise platforms or turn the room. And if you stop spinning, you'll actually stop rotating it too. But there's a single frame, which you see right there, where it's pretty much guaranteed it's gonna finish. So you can actually jump off the spinner and roll. So you're gonna see him do it again here in a minute. Oh, but first he's gonna do this really silly LJ to save like a second to get over to the thing quicker.
Let's start this spinner sequence.
Test.
Time for the best boss.
Yeah.
S1.
I don't know about you guys, but I personally don't really feel ready to fight Stallard. I don't know if I think he's
He's scary, man.
Yeah, he's too intimidating. I don't like him. I don't know. Let's go up and get a good look at him first. Let's see what he is. Oh my god, wow. Let's not fight this thing. Let's just go past it. How about that? Let's just pull this guy over here. Swing our sword a few times. Flip through this wall. Flip through another wall. And we'll be on our merry way.
Yeah. That was Stallard skip. It's very much task only.
Yeah. There's so much.
Probably one of the coolest tricks of the run.
Saves almost 3 minutes.
Yeah, there's so much precise stuff that goes on in those 10 seconds that there's no way I could explain all of it during the process.
Basically, he does a trick called Claw Shot Actor Displacement to pull the skeleton over to where he is, into the corner of the wall, and then he claw shots the skeleton when it's in the corner, and does an L slide to get out of bounds, and then does the exact same thing but with a bomb, because he needs to actually flip another wall, and basically just has the bomb interrupt him on the exact perfect frame to boost him through the wall while he's all sliding, and then that lets him use the loading zone.
Yeah, so right here, normally we need to use the spinner again to go up and activate the Mirror of Twilight portal slab thingy. But if we zoom in all the way on the map, we can actually warp away. Normally Minna tries to block you from warping away, but for some reason, if you zoom all the way in and then activate the warps, you can warp away without getting blocked.
Yeah, and you see that the whole Renato and the gang are all still there. Because we never went and wrestled, or not wrestled, but went up to Death Mountain and got knocked off by the Goron. So they just kind of stay there. That trick's called City in the Sky Early. Basically, you just transform up against the statue and it lets you clip the statue. That's the trick that lets us skip Temple of Time in the second half of Snow Peak.
Yeah, that single trick alone saves like an hour.
Including Gore mines, because you need the bow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now that we have our 300 rupees, we can go over and get the cannon fixed.
Alrighty, time for City in the Sky.
Off we go.
I'm excited. This is all new to me. I've actually seen like work in progresses up till Arthur's Grounds, but I've not seen anything here.
Same.
Here to the end, so
I'm really excited. Especially for the first big trick in this dungeon.
You mean early boss key?
The second one.
no, he means the LGA over the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, still have to go through this long cutscene before we can actually get started. Alright, let's begin finally.
We're gonna have some serious shenanigans here.
Yeah. So right there, I actually was able to pull out the claw shot while I was brake sliding, and then immediately begin aiming with it after my brake slide was over. A little small optimization. Right here, we can just basically do lots of LJAs. City in the Sky has lots of hits and voids, so it's prime long jump attack material. Right here, I'm turning into Wolf for the sole purpose of opening this door from as far back as possible, because this will skip activating the fan that normally blocks the boss key from being obtained early. So right now, we're just going to go get the boss key first, since it's more convenient to do that. And of course, we get all the 2-frame grabs.
So fast. So to explain early boss key a little bit more, when you enter that main room where this fan is, right before you enter that door, there's actually a trigger sitting in front of the door that turns the fan on. And what happens is you can actually open the door as Wolflink without hitting the trigger, because the game doesn't count Wolflink as hitting the trigger until his back feet touches it. Sorry. Well, yeah, right there, I had to come down here without taking damage due to a trick that I'm going to do in like a minute. So I had to figure out a creative way to get down as fast as possible without taking any damage. That was crazy. What the hell? Anyway, so he opens the door from as far back as possible, and then as soon as Link starts the opening door animation, it unloads the trigger so you can just walk straight through it. And then that lets you just go up and get the boss key immediately.
Yeah, so right now I have 2.5 hearts. I'm gonna be going down to 1 heart pretty soon here.
Okay, guys, let's get ready.
Yeah. So we don't have a small key, but we need to go through this area, so Jim's gonna do some pretty creative stuff.
Yeah, this area down here is protected by a lot of invisible walls for some reason. It was pretty tricky getting down here.
Yep.
But now that we're down here, we can do clawshot actor displacement a few more times on these clawshotable pillars. So every time I'm doing clawshot actor displacement here, I'm actually canceling it right after I begin it so that I can move these pillars forward and upward. And then this pillar over here, I can use a bomb to interrupt so it stops moving. And then from here, I can use another bomb to blast myself on top of the first pillar, which unloads textures thanks to the camera angle. And then from here, I can bomb boost myself again up onto this last pillar, and from here, I can use the claw shot to get up to these vines and skip the small key.
God, that's nuts.
First person to do
all
that.
the way over to the. Oh, that's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, we got the LJA all the way over.
That's insane.
First person to do that in real time gets $100 from me.
It's amazing. Wow.
Oh my god,
That
that was
LJ.
nuts.
And here we can scare the Dynalphos away with the claw shot.
Yeah.
The Dynalphos actually try to like pull up their shields to block like the claw shot potentially hitting them, but in the process they step back slightly so they both just kind of fall off the ledge. I also regained some hearts right there because it didn't waste any time, and I need 3 hearts to lose 2 hearts again for a jump that I'm going to be doing in a minute. And we can skip having to activate a fan right there, the precise ledge grab. And that's where we lose 2 hearts on the jump down here to the Arolphos room.
Kind of worked out well too, because in that room where he got the heart, he actually has to wait very briefly because the fan doesn't activate immediately. And then here he's going to do a trick where he falls during the cutscene, the frame perfect one, and that basically is just going to drop him straight into the Arolphos fight.
And And most people know about this, but there's one pixel you can grab to skip past the gate that tries to block the second claw shot that you obtain in this dungeon. So that was the Aralfos skip. So now, if you've watched RTA runs before, you might be kind of confused, because normally in the RTA run, Link spawns back by the small key chest that you normally get. But because we skipped that small key chest, we don't actually spawn back there. So we have to go back the regular way. So now we will actually be activating the fan that blocks the boss key, but it doesn't matter because we already have the boss key. We have to go around this guy. He always spawns in the center of the room.
So Jim never activated the fan in this room. So he's gonna do some shenanigans to get around that.
Yeah, so if you're high up enough, when you grab these panels, you can actually grab the top of them, even though you use the claw shot on the grates below the top. Get across here. And then we can do a double LJA to get down. And get across this long, open room. Alright, so right here we got a bunch of precise claw shots coming up. I'm actually shooting the claw shot for a frame as soon as I can, because that'll actually give me control of the claw shot quicker for movement. And then right here I can take an alternate route up the right side of the room. And grabbing up high here allows me to grab on top of this panel right here and do a really precise claw shot grab onto the medallion right before the boss door.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so the second to last and the third to last claw shot grabs in that room were frame perfect and basically pixel perfect. Like, that took me so long to get, but it saved like 10 seconds.
I'm pretty sure Prax actually did that in his segmented run. Which is like nuts.
Alright, time for Argarok. There's nothing we can really do for the first few seconds of the fight except watch Argarok fly around. And wait for him to come back here.
Yeah, he doesn't shoot the tail as soon as absolutely possible because that actually soft locks the game.
Yeah, you need to wait a frame from the first possible time you could claw shot the tail, because if you do claw shot the tail on the first possible frame, like, Argarok won't really be affected by you, and he'll just like fly around as if you're not on him. But you can't get off of him either, so you're just kind of stuck there. Now we begin the second phase of the fight with the P-Hats. So right at the beginning of this second phase, we're actually going to jump off the map and void out. This is to reset Argarok's position so that we can attack him sooner. And with the Iron Boots, we can get Argarok's attacks to kind of end a little bit early. which will then allow us to claw shot the back gem that he has earlier.
Like the camera pans.
And I needed to get that hard right there, because if there's another jump I'm going to be doing in a few minutes that loses me 2 hearts again. So that was necessary.
There's something interesting that he's doing here, where he's actually intentionally going to the pillars in front of Argarok to make him scream quicker, or make him attack quicker, basically. That's pretty interesting. I've never seen anybody do that RTA.
Yeah, because of how fast we actually claw shot onto the pillars, Argarok notices us when he's pretty close to the ground and can begin to shoot his fire much quicker. Which is why we can also cancel it so early.
Yeah, I guess that hinges on being really quick to the pillar.
So now we get the one mirror shard that's actually required. The Mirror of Twilight will only check for the City in the Sky piece of the mirror. It doesn't check for the Temple of Time or Snow Peak Ruins pieces. Sub 2 City in the Sky is pretty good. I'm going to equip the Iron Boots here right before going into the cannon, because the Iron Boots are going to slow down my speed after I respawn in Lake Hylia, and if I do a jump slash as early as I can get onto the bridge, and instead of falling into the water, which is what normally happens.
Just lets you warp away immediately. It's also why you had to get the Heart in the Grass, because that does 2 hearts of damage.
And now it is time for the Palace of Twilight.
There's a lot of movement optimization here.
Yeah, this dungeon has the most break sliding as human Link that we're going to see. Like, there's a lot of tiny little optimizations in this dungeon. So basically, in each room that we go into, there's going to be a small key that allows us to progress to the next room until we get to the Zant fights. Also, we can save time by equipping the Iron Boots whenever we need to fall somewhere.
So you can actually double hit the Zant heads with a Midna charge, and that'll kill them basically with one attack. But I'm assuming it doesn't work on all the heads. I know it works on that first one and another one later on.
Yeah, the collision for the second one is weird, and like I couldn't get close enough to do that no matter what I tried. All right,
It's on there to save like a single frame.
yeah. Time to fight Zant. By timing some really precise combos, we can just defeat him in one cycle.
It's like 3 frame perfect attacks or something like that.
Yeah. 3 frame perfect combo initiations. And then this fog is kind of weird. You can just kind of roll through it if you do it correctly.
That's crazy.
And then we threw the Sol onto the point where it would trigger the cutscene during the cutscene of the hand, like, becoming alive. So the 2 cutscenes just kind of stacked onto each other. We also have only had a quarter heart for like the past few minutes. And it stays that way for a while, which is kind of interesting. So I have to avoid getting hit by any and all enemies until I can get another heart. Particularly that set of small Twilight enemies was really annoying. And then right here we can do a Break Slide as Human Link, because this ramp slopes upwards.
Interesting.
We can do this LJA to the other side right before the cutscene activates. It tries to talk to us. So that the LJA happens during the cutscene. And here we can do a small, shorter range LJA, just to get the platform a few frames quicker. Quickly kill the Zant head.
Speedy.
Yeah, there are no, there are no easily accessible ways to do a full way, or a full speed long jump attack, so, the half speed long jump attack was still enough to save a few frames. So this side of the Palace of Twilight has many more enemies in each room we have to defeat.
I was gonna be impressed if we made that.
Oh yeah, I couldn't quite make that.
Yeah.
On this next shot, though, I can make it before I go into first person, though.
Nice.
And here we can do a LJ to save a few seconds. same thing with this Phantom's Ant. Just some precisely timed combo initiations, and on the fourth one we finish the combo. So this Sol we have to get closer to, because the cutscene activates sooner.
Yep.
Now we have to bring this Sol back. There's a frame in between each of those cutscenes that I can use to roll and get as far as I can over this set of stairs.
Boy, he about gotcha.
Yeah, that case was actually really annoying. I was surprised that he followed me all the way up there, which normally doesn't happen. And here we have to wait for the platforms, unfortunately.
Nice.
And right here we can do an LJA back, and then grab the
Claw
Sol.
shot it? Oh,
and
that's
claw shot.
insane. Oh my god. So smart.
That saves like, that only saves like 15 frames, I think.
Yeah, I didn't imagine it was much, but jeez, that's crazy. And you're gonna throw the Sol here, right? Yeah.
Throw the Sol, and then we can get to the platform quicker. Do some wiggle walking. Now it's time to get the infamous Butter Sword. So brake sliding will save time up this second ramp because I actually need to pull out the sword, which I wouldn't be able to do if I was rolling. Rolling and brake sliding individually are actually the same speed, but pulling out the sword is what saves time for brake sliding there.
It doesn't even look like you swing your sword. That's crazy.
Yeah, so right there I'm swinging my sword for one frame, but then interrupting it with a roll. So the fog still moves out of the way. Now we get to the platform waiting.
Okay, you gotta keep it.
So we need to defeat all these sandheads to get a small key. And so right there, it looks like I may have just done like a useless long jump attack, but I actually did that so that I could time a spin attack on the 3 orbs correctly. So that the platform now exists, and I can go back over to it without having to turn it on again. And more few second time save LJAs. Alright, so here we're going to go and get the boss key first. With a really precise claw shot grab, we can get to one of the higher claw shot targets. Get to the boss key. we get to watch all these Cargaroks follow us. Fortunately, they're all gonna die. The reason that I killed those Cargaroks is for an upcoming long jump attack to get back to the regular part of this area after I kill this Xanthead. If I don't kill those Cargaroks, it makes doing this LJA pretty much impossible, because they'll just be constantly attacking you. Alright, so this room has a platform cycle at the top that I need to hit. So, as long as I can get to that platform cycle on time, it doesn't really matter what I do.
This is sick LJ.
Yeah, there's not really much to do on these platforms, so we just, like, play around a little bit. Some targeting with the boomerang. And we can gently lower ourselves down to this platform, which is the cycle that we needed to make. Also that we could get this small key. So here we just have to kill a series of shadow beasts that continually fall down. Once again, we want to kill them all on the same frame so that we only get one hit stun effect. And we have to wait for this wall to despawn before we can go to the door. So we just walk away from the situation.
That was crazy.
Alright. Time to fight Zant. So Zant has a few different phases that basically rehash old bosses that we never fought. So the first phase is the Diababa phase. Diababa is normally the boss of the Forest Temple that we skipped. And this fight can actually be done in one cycle, with some precise jump attacking.
Yeah, basically if you hit him like the frame he's going to spawn away, he'll just stay there and you can keep hitting him. Do something similar on this fight as well.
Yeah, so for these fights, or for most of them, the only attack that really matters out of the combo is the fourth hit. So some of the fights you'll only see me make contact on the fourth hit to avoid the hit stun effect on the first three hits. And now we get to the longest phase, the Morpheal phase. then once again we have to use swimming with water bombs to refill our air meter so that we don't drown.
And the Zant that the head that he spawns in is always the one that's furthest away from you. That's pretty easy there. Oh wow, you actually got him. He fired. I didn't know that was possible without Zor armor. And the last frame unequipped. That's crazy.
That's not I don't have to unequip the iron boots in this area. I mean, it didn't really matter because I had to wait a few frames before I could hit Zant in this fight. And we can use the ball and chain to knock him off the center platform. Alright, now it's time for the one required use of the ball and chain in this run. So once again, we only need to make contact on the 4th hit to 2-cycle this fight, and we can run around in circles. Now we get to the final phase. For the first 2 cycles of this final phase, Zant will just spawn and I'll immediately try to hit him with the 4th attack of a combo. For the last hit, he's going to try to come at me with a spin attack, but if I spin attack him into a wall, he despawns and immediately comes back with the regular attack again.
What? That's insane.
We don't have to wait for him to stop spinning around.
That's crazy, I didn't know that. That was so fast, holy shit.
Didn't know about it, Fina?
No, I didn't.
That's funny. That's really fast.
And so now we're done with Palace of Twilight. What if the task chokes? Well, I don't know, we'll have to see. Hopefully the task can keep it up, it's been doing pretty good so far. And so once again, to avoid having Midna block us from warping, we have to zoom all the way into the map before we activate the warp portals. So now we can be on our way to Hyrule Castle to finally finish the game. And right here we can skip a Mailman trigger with a long jump attack. Convenient anyway, because we need to stay as Human Link for the rest of this. Time for everyone's favorite cutscene. With Squidna. Yes, this cutscene is very optimal. You cannot go through this cutscene any faster than what you're seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, in we go.
So there's actually barriers here in the castle, the fights you're supposed to do. Jim's not going to do any of them though. He's going to skip over all of them. This first one you can actually do a really precise LJ onto this hedge, and then it gets past this one.
That's barrier skip number 1.
And then this one right here is really difficult. So you gotta roll into the barrier, and then skip the cutscene, and then just roll out before it forms.
Yeah. If you skip the cutscene fast enough and then just roll out, you can skip this. Now it's time for the last King Goblin fight. Which can be done all in one cycle, thankfully.
Oh wow. Very nice.
Yes, that cycle, or that one cycle only works with like a specific combination of spin attacks. Because in this game you can actually spin attack 2 ways, clockwise or counterclockwise. And the, what is it, I believe the clockwise ones are the ones that are 1 frame shorter than the counterclockwise ones. But the...
There's a minion text here, but he's going to side hop before it triggers and then save warp to dodge the text altogether.
Now we go into the castle. So here, even though we go through, the left door, it doesn't matter because we'll come out the right door since it's a loading zone. And there's another barrier skip. Now we get to fight a Dark Nut. Unfortunately, this is the one barrier we can't skip.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this one.
We can beat him really quickly with the ball and chain. And right after this, we're going to use the boomerang to target some spots around the room. So now, while this cutscene of the chest forming is happening, the boomerang's flying around the room, and it'll get to a position to extinguish the torch on the other end right as this cutscene ends. Which is faster than throwing the boomerang after the cutscene ends.
Crazy.
Now we get to see the return of the lantern. Well, the ball and chain only has 1 required use. All of these other uses can be skipped, except for the single use on the Zant boss fight. Now we can blow up these 2 guys with a bomb. And also, yes, that was the final bomb. Managed to use all our bombs in this run. Just defeat the Aralfos and wait for the barriers to go away. Also, yeah, the room with the torches previously, it requires you to light them in a specific order, so I couldn't, like, just light them all in the shortest path, unfortunately.
Thank God you were saved by all these people.
I know. All these people that we've met throughout our journey. Like, for 2 seconds each. And one person we never met.
So,
Time for the final climb.
Yeah, so normally, the blocks in this room fall because they want you to go through a certain order, but if you roll fast enough, you can just avoid them, or like, you can roll over them before they fall down completely. Managed to fit in a sword twirl right there.
Sick. Really hard Dark Knight fight coming up.
Yep. That is one tough Dark Nut fight. Now it's time for everyone's favorite boss, Puppet Zelda.
this one will be fast.
This one's gonna be fast.
7. It's gonna be 7.
You think it's gonna be 7? I'd probably put my money on 7 also. So yeah, the Zelda, or the Puppet Zelda fight has a required 7 cycles that you have to go through. And in between each cycle, Zelda is on a timer that's random. So for each one of these cycles, I have to manipulate her to attack as fast as possible. And then a jump attack is the fastest way to repel the energy balls back at her.
She has 2 attacks she can do, the dash and the Triforce attack. And Jim's gonna manipulate her to always do the dash because you can cancel it with your shield, and it just makes her attack again quicker. So he's manipulating the flight times in between attacks, and he's also manipulating the attacks that are being done.
Yeah, so like all this random movement that we're doing is to manipulate that.
God, that was fast.
Now it's time for Ganon, or Ganondorf as I like to call him. By attacking his belly in a certain pattern, we can deal the maximum amount of damage in 2 cycles and get a faster 3rd cycle where he spawns immediately. Now we can get a pretty good look at his mouth, up close and personal. As well as just watch him run into the ball and chain.
That was really good.
Now it's time for the horseback portion. Pretty much we just need Zelda to shoot Ganondorf with the Bow of Light 3 times. and we unleash a spin attack. And obviously we want to be as close as possible. So for these last 2 cycles, we can pretty much be right next to him when Zelda shoots.
God, that's nuts. Wow, that's so fast.
My god.
It's insane.
So fast.
And now we just have one thing left to do. Eat Ganondorf. Also, this text here is broken, so we're gonna leave it on screen while we fight Ganondorf. Something that I believe is only on the German version, also. Just 3 jump slash quick spins. And he's down. At 2 hours, 33 minutes, and 10 seconds.
It's nuts.
GG.
GG, dude. It's insane run.
Absolutely amazing.
We also put on the iron boots right before we did the final attack because that has some funny implications in the credits. Yeah, speaking of credits, I recommend everyone stay around because the credits are actually screwed up quite a bit due to some of the things that we skipped in the regular game. So we'll be looking out for those. But yeah, that was pretty much the entire Twilight Princess task. We just have some text that we go through later in the credits. So this task, as I said near the beginning, it began on March 15th, 2016, and it was finally finished on January 3rd of 2018, so it was almost 2 years in the making. I actually, like over the winter break that I had between my school semesters, I actually pretty much solely dedicated myself to doing this, which is why I was able to finish it at the time that I did. I probably spent about 100 hours or so over my winter break just working on this Twilight Princess task. Because for the first, like, year and a half or so, it was kind of like an on and off thing that I was doing. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. And we'll, of course, be watching the credits all the way through, because that's what we have to do. We're also going to find out right now that Link does not skip leg day. Because currently, we finished the Ganondorf fight with the Iron Boots on, and so now the game isn't going to unequip the Iron Boots. Also, just a note about the credits. Dumping and trying to sync up the audio and video for this task was a huge pain in the rear, because the audio and video actually dump at different rates, and they can vary at time to time, so I have to like manually sync up the audio for the video file that gets produced. And one thing that I forgot was that, like I said earlier, there's text that we're going to view like 12 minutes into the credits or something. So I didn't actually sync up the audio for the credits, so the audio is going to be like slightly ahead when we get there. But since most of it's just like background orchestration music, even though it's desynced slightly, it's fine for the most part. I'd also like to take this time to thank all the people that were like I made this task alone by myself, but there's no way that I could have done it without the input of like the whole Twilight Princess community, as well as their continued support for this giant project. I'd specifically like to thank Dragonbane Zero, who was with us on commentary today, for providing the version of Dolphin that I used to make this task. For those who are familiar with tassing, you might be surprised to find out that throughout the entirety of making this task, I only had one desync happen to me throughout the entire thing, and that's thanks to Dragonbane's version, or Dragonbane's Zelda version, or Zelda edition of Dolphin. I would also like to thank Fino
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much, Dragonbane. I would also like to thank Fino and Rachel for being the pioneers of Twilight Princess tassing so many years ago. And it's because of what they did that I've learned how to task Twilight Princess as well as I can.
Yeah, you're welcome. It was a pain in the ass.
Yeah, because back when you did it, back when you did it, like, desyncs were a lot more common, right?
Yeah. we lost many good testing sessions to desyncs.
And yeah, I'd also like to thank the TAS Videos community on the Twilight Princess forum for being supportive of the project also. So this will be submitted to TAS Videos for anyone who's curious, as long as it can sync on someone else's machine. But I got it to sync on 2 of my own machines all the way through, so I'm hoping it'll be fine. Oh yeah, the re-record count for this was 99,086 re-records. From another tool that Dragonbane made called the DTM editor, which displays useful information about the DTM file that gets created when you task. Also, just a fun fact, I did go through this run and count up how many individual rolls there were. There were exactly 1,080 rolls in this task. If someone wants to proof check me on that, you can go ahead. Oh yeah, unfortunately I didn't count the number of bonks. I mean, bonks, I'm assuming there are fewer than like 15 bonks or so. Because I mean, rolling is something that happens like everywhere. Yeah, so let's see if anyone correctly guessed the final time here. Or let's maybe see who got the closest. We had 109 individual responses. Bunch of 232s. Adam guessed 233.33. The closest one I've seen so far. Oh, 233.17 from Adi. 420, 69, nice. "45 hours. That was a bit of an overestimation by whoever guessed that. $233.28. Let's see, we're at, I have to go through 30 more here.
And so since Task Video's timing does all inputs, there's actually still the timing would still be going on here, and it would actually end in like 3 or 4 text boxes from now.
Yeah, it kind of sucks that the test video's timing ends like 12 minutes into the credits. And so I think from what I saw in all the results, the closest guess was Adi with the 233.17. As for the summary, the most popular answer was 2 hours, 22 minutes, 22 seconds, and 22 milliseconds. By like 3 or 4 people. Yeah, so the task timing would have finished there. Goodbye, Midna. Credits aren't quite done yet, though, so we'll still go through them. There is still one kind of funny thing coming up here. It's gonna happen. That I think, or no, it happened earlier, but we didn't mention it. And because Midna went away, Link can't warp back. So now Link has to go fight Argarok if he wants to get out of the Arbiter's grounds.
Oh yeah, the Farron Woods is messed up because he never cleared the Twilight.
Yeah, so even in the credits, we still see the Twilight effects happening in Farron Woods. a player glitch right there. Yeah, there's a splice. Spliced in the credits.
Spliced in the credits. Amazing. See the messed up for them once again.
Yeah.
Link just casually riding into the darkness.
One last time.
All right.
The end.
End day. All right. Well,
End.
thank you very much, Fino and Dragonbane, for the co-commentary. It was a blast doing this with you guys.
Yeah,
No problem, man.
And I hope all of you guys in chat enjoyed the TAS. But, yeah. So that's it for the TAS. Be leaving this Discord call now. So, do you guys think we're done yet today? I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like we're quite done yet. There are still some things that we need to take care of. What do we need to take care of? Well, I've prepared a little speech for today. This doesn't have anything to do with Tassing or Twilight Princess, but I figured that now would be an appropriate time to make the following announcement and speech. Friends, viewers, fellow speedrunners, and glitch hunters alike, we are gathered here today to celebrate a joyous revelation in speedrunning. As many will recall, April 10th, 2017, was the day on which barrier skip was at last figured out in Wind Waker HD, to the awe of many, both in and out of the speedrunning community. Many were excited to see what new heights Wind Waker HD speedrunning would reach, how fast it was going to be, what new tricks and sequence breaks could finally be implemented thanks to the groundbreaking discovery. Other speedrunners became inspired to look deeper into their own games and glitch hunt more often. It felt as though we had overcome one of the greatest obstacles speedrunning had to offer, and that the days ahead were to be filled with amazing runs, intense competition, and happiness. However, it became realized fairly quickly that the discovery of skipping past the legendary wall came at a hefty price for the any percent speedrun. Once runners successfully executed the barrier skip, they were granted access to Ganon's tower, and could go on to skip the trials, obtain the light arrows, and defeat Puppet Ganon. But when they attempted to enter the Ganon fight, they were horrified to find out that they needed the hookshot to reach the final platform. It turned out, though, that there was a way to skip this single use of the hookshot. By placing 2 pots, each containing a single fairy, at the edge below the platform, they could destroy these pots and begin a glitch known as a zombie hover to reach the higher platform right before the final boss. As Link repeatedly jump-slashed through the air as a flying corpse, the fairies could fly up and heal Link, reviving him from the dead and allowing players access to Ganondorf. Sadly, these fairies had little interest in reviving Link as he came close to the platform. The fairies were controlled by the game's random number generator, and thus whether or not a player could get healed was entirely out of their control. The statistical chance of this evil trick, known as the Fairy Hover, is soul-crushingly low, at less than 5%. For each time that Link's corpse rose from the ground only to die again, as the fairies ascended upwards into the heavens, the runner lost 2 painful minutes of time, and had to tempt fate with the Lord RNGesus and his fairies once more. For over 9 months now, this lord and his devilish flying creatures have caused nothing but sorrow and misery to the runners and viewers who have taken part in Wind Waker HD any percent. How many hours must be wasted playing the Hand of Luck? How many times must Link die before we can get a single one of our attempts to the end of its journey? How much suffering must we, the runners of Wind Waker HD any percent, endure to speedrun one of our favorite games? How many times must we watch the fairies raise our hopes as they get close to Link and then miss him by inches, crushing our hopes of a new personal best or world record in the process? Too many times, I say. Too many. This is why, my friends, I am excited to announce that our suffering has finally run its course. No longer will our runs be thrown down by the choice of the Lord RNGesus. No longer must we watch in nervous anticipation as the fairies circle below, only to ascend and ignore the floating dead body so eager for their touch. For there is a way to reach the final platform without the use of the hookshot or any fairies. There is now a way in which we can consistently finish our any percent runs and be filled with joy and confidence again as we begin each attempt, knowing that the power to finish the run is finally in our own hands. The massive RNG that has almost always plagued Wind Waker HD any percent since its release 4.5 years ago has finally been eradicated and destroyed. I call upon those who view this stream right now to bear witness to this most joyous of speedrunning tricks. Please take a look. Alright, so one of the theories that we had on how to potentially skip the Fairy Hover right about the time that Barrier Skip was found was by taking a Morth and killing it to drop a heart while it was up on the final platform, because with Morths you can use the leaf to have them gain height repeatedly. You could use the leaf gust to blow one up to the platform, and then you could zombie hover up, drop a bomb, and make it spawn a heart. Problem with that is that if you try to kill a Morth with a bomb or an arrow, they don't spawn hearts, ever. They don't spawn anything. Morths will only drop stuff, hearts, rupees, drops, etc., if you kill them with your sword. So that theory did not originally work out, unfortunately. However, if we get close enough to a Morth, just like this, we buffer in a stab, we can sort of kill the Morth with the sword, but the Morth ends up grabbing onto Link at the same time. What this does is it sets the flag that says the Morth has been killed by the sword, or that the Morth, the Morth's form of death happened via Link's sword. So now, if we shake off the Morth and kill it with a bow, or with a bomb, it will drop a heart, regardless of where it is. And we can use this property to skip having to do the Fairy Hover. Now that we have all seen the light, I invite anyone interested to come and speedrun the difficult but rewarding Wind Waker HD. Let us come together and join in on races and competition once again. Let us have fun speedrunning one of our favorite games, free from the reins of luck. And with that, to celebrate this momentous occasion, January 20th, 2018, let us do some any percent speedruns. Alright, epic speech is over. But yeah, that's the big announcement, everybody. Hope you guys are all excited. I was a bit of a dirty speedrunner and I did runs when no one else knew about this trick, so I currently have the world record at 1 hour and 8 minutes. But hopefully we can beat that today. Also, there's no game audio, so I need to fix that. Or wait, no. No, yeah, there's no game audio. There we go. Alright. Also, sorry, I don't have the camera set up right now, so we're gonna go face camless for today. Which as soon as I get... Oh wait, no, this is the wrong folder. As soon as I get the input viewer out. I have to look at what the IP is. Okay. And yeah, I'm very excited to finally reveal that. I found that trick around, yeah, it was 6 days ago. And I mean, originally, like I always do, I wanted to tell everyone about it immediately, but I saw the chance to do something epic since I knew I would have everyone in the same place all at once. So I decided to do it like this instead. Oh, whoops, that's not the right game name. There we go. Oof, okay. I'm shaking way too much right now. Put that there. I'll put this here. Okay. Well, I guess... I don't know, actually, wait, where is the camera that I have? Is it just behind here? It's somewhere else. Oh, okay, no, it's right here. Alright, I guess we can take the time to set this up. I thought it was somewhere else, but it was behind my monitor. Only to add it as a source and everything. Ooh, okay. Alright. Okay, so just to preface some questions about the skip. There is still a little bit of RNG to it, but it's like, it's infinitely better than the Fairy Hover RNG. The RNG is which direction the Morph will fly off of Link, because the Morph will fly off sort of anywhere in a backwards spread behind Link. So it is possible that you might have to make multiple attempts at killing the Morph and then having it go behind Link when you get it off. But there are 3 Morphs, so you can try once like every 10 seconds, and the chance of it working is like, I don't know, like 50 to 60%, I think. Something like that. Okay, yeah, there we go. Oh, this is in the way. Still in the way? It's still in the way. Alright. We got the cam going. It's a little too big. So let's put it back right there. Oh, it's overlapping. Oh, wait, no, it's not. There we go. Alright. How's everyone doing? It's currently very dark in here because it's cloudy outside. Let me turn this light on. A bit of extra light, though. Okay. Let's attempt some any percent speedruns. Also, yes, this is the ZSR hoodie. Oops. Guess I can't put that hoodie on with these headphones. Also, thank you very much, Haggerjam, for the subscription. Show the back of the hoodie? Oh yeah, it's a good idea. Because I got this hoodie after I stopped streaming in November, but on the back, well, you'll be able to see this. Not sure if you can, because I can't look at the camera at the same time, but you could at least see Zelda speedruns on there. Also, thank you for the subscriptions, Chimera and ZFG. Alright, time to see how much I suck at the manual Super Swim now. Yeah, that should be fine. Let us begin. Also, thank you very much, Motolad, for the Twitch Prime subscription. And Tildamar with the $10 subscription at 5 months in a row. Thank you very much, Nestork, for the 100 bits. And wow, thank you very much, Ragequit, for the 2,000 bits. Insane. Thank you very much. And thank you to Tampa for the $5 subscription also. Yeah, hope you guys are enjoying today so far, because we're still not done. We've got an any percent run to do. The videos for everything, like the Twilight Princess tasks and the tutorial for the new hover, will be up after the stream ends. Probably by, midnight tonight, I would assume. Also, thank you very much, Jasper, for the subscription. And thank you for the subscription as well, Rikyu. Alright. Oops, right, camera's the wrong way. Set our controls, and let's begin super swimming. Alright. A bit longer than I'd hoped. But hey, we made it. Alright.
Alright.
Gonna be a little bit behind, but that's fine. Oh, okay, demon. Yeah, I mean, there's, like, I still have to learn a bunch of stuff about, like, or the nuances of the manual super swing. Ah. Alright, Tombo, good night. Thanks for stopping by. No, I'm not going to be doing Deku cutscene skip. I haven't practiced it swordless. I guess we can call it the Morth Hover. The Morth Hover, getting it optimally, it's still 30 seconds slower than a first try Fairy Hover. So, if you really want to push this game, you still have to do the Fairy Hover for those 30 seconds. But, like, worst case scenario, it's about the time of a second try Fairy Hover. I don't know if I'll be able to go to SGDQ, but I should be submitting this if I know that I can go. Also, the hover works in the original game also, so if barrier skip gets found in the original game, any percent's not going to be awful. You come from the internet and heard you had a new skip. Yes, we do. This is going to be a no reset run. Unless I, like, prevent myself from being able to beat the game somehow. Well, the buffering of the stab isn't required, it just makes it easier. Jump to the right to avoid getting the slow movement. The TAS wouldn't do Fairy Hover at all. TAS would do Puppet Cannon skip. No, I'm gonna submit Skyward Sword too, if I know I can go to SGDQ. That is correct, there is no more Fairy Hover. Unless you want to, like, really push the game for those extra 30 seconds. The Fairy Hover still saves time, but it doesn't save an hour anymore, it saves like 30 seconds. I look different. Well, yes, the last time you saw me was 2 months ago. Also, it's very dark in here right now. I've been way too lazy to get a new lamp after mine burned out like 3 months ago. Need to remember the timing for the bomb boost here. Oh, my hands are not destroyed. I mean, like, I'm not gonna be going full-out hardcore mode like I did back in November when we first figured out how to, like, do manual super swimming. Or not figured out, but, like, actually implemented into the run. Because, like, at that point, I was just doing it, like, over and over and over again with the manual super swimming. So, like, between every run, I'm probably going to take, like, a 5-minute break, for instance. Instead of just diving right into the next super swim. That also goes for if, like, I fail a super swim. Then I'll probably wait another 5 minutes before attempting the next one or so. And, like, stretch out my hands. I don't want a repeat of what happened in November. Also, it's apparently raining really hard outside right now. Way too close. I didn't roll there because I would have picked up the sword. Well, I figured out the technique to skip the fairy hover like 6 days ago. Also nice. But I thought it would be epic to reveal it after the Twilight Princess test while everyone was gathered. Maybe I should do the roll there. Timing for this. Oh, that's an unfortunate time loss. Yeah, I could have just done a normal run and pretended that I was gonna do Fairy Hover, and then not do it. pot. But I wanted to do the thing with the speech, which I wouldn't have had time to do during a run. This run is live. I did record the 1 hour, 8 minute run though. So it'll be up on YouTube after this stream is over. Alright, time for the chair strats. Oops. Turned a little too quickly. I missed. Can't do anything. Can't get him. Hey. Good room. Yeah, so far this run's been pretty bad, actually. At least in Dragon Roost Cavern. Hey, Austin, thank you for the 100 bits. By default, the camera controls in this game are inverted from what they were in the original. So at the beginning of the run, I paused to change the controls back to what I'm used to, since I did speedruns of the original game first. Since when I started speedrunning the original game HD, or Wind Waker HD didn't exist yet. There is no pre-recorded run. I mean, what, do you guys just want to see the 108? Yeah, this is a not very good grapple up time. He didn't spawn it. Dang it. The Rupee route relies on that Moblin Orb. Alright, save warp. Back to outset. Alright, so because we didn't get that Moblin Orb, we have to get some backup rupees. Oh, wow, really? That's like really far away from Windfall. I'm surprised that's splooshed. Alright, well that's more time lost. I'm still just gonna make this a no reset run. Even if it means that I can't PB anymore. Oh my god, bad. Turn the camera quicker. That's not enough speed. Surprised at the amount of trouble I'm having with this. There we go. Too fast. Slow down. There we go. Now we can finally get to Windfall. Alright, Fino, thanks for the good luck. Thank you once again for the commentary. Thank you very much, Kyle Rick, for the 100 bits. Unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be able to go to AGDQ next year either, because it's or the week that I assume they're doing AGDQ still overlaps with when school starts for me. In HD, we free Tingle because if we don't, then we won't be able to get the sail. And we need to get the sail to avoid a soft block, even though we don't actually do any sailing. Yes, Morths only do drop stuff if they're killed by Link's sword. Thankfully, there's a way you can store the property that they got killed by Link's sword and then kill them with something else, and they'll still drop a heart. That was wrong. I need an intense amount of backup rupees here. Nice. Yay! They're excited that Fairy Hover's gone. I just had him slide down here. The downward slope. That's really fast. Hello? Where is the submarine? I don't think I can make it there. Guess we're save warping. I could do a manual super swim to get there, but that's probably going to take too long. So this run doesn't really have any chance of PBing anymore, just because of all those mistakes that I've made. No. Yeah. Splooshed. That's not the right direction. Here we go. This is a nicer speed to work with. And why don't we just compare against none? I might still be able to beat the 113 that I got a while ago. I don't think there's any way I'm beating the 108, though. The 108 wasn't, like, really good or anything. It was just the run that I got with a trick that didn't suck, pretty much. Doesn't matter really how fast we go right here, because we still have to wait for this light cycle to pass over. Oh dang it, I missed. Animation cancel. If I fall slightly farther to the right there, I can skip the animation of Link like squatting down after he takes damage. Oh, dang it. Tried that earlier and it was fine. So we can't do the backflip. Hopefully I'll be able to grab up on this ledge right here. Grabbing up on this ledge is like really inconsistent, but could potentially save it if we do this. There we go. Well, yeah, with the HD Puppet Gain and Skip, the way that makes it easiest requires Hookshot, which is not something we get in any percent, so you'd have to do it like the regular way. Hey, we got the bonk. That means it's a good run. Well, yeah, if we did do Puppet Gain and Skip, we'd also... Or wait, no. Well, I guess you could skip the Quiver and then do the Light Arrow Skip. Or like the Phantom Gain and Skip after getting the Light Arrows. You still wouldn't skip the Light Arrows, but you'd have to skip using them. Happening to use. So thank you very much for the 300 bits, Austin, just for the bonk. Very generous of you. almost hit Ice Ring. Would have been bad. Oh, not enough speed. A clip. Yes, we revealed a new task and we saved Wind Waker HD any percent in the same day. Hey, Epic Carnage. Thank you for the good luck. Fairies won't be with me today, actually. I'm not going to be using them at all, though. That was a nice water level.
Hey.
Yeah, the Wii U home buffering that I did was just so that I could easily, like, perform the Morth Death Cancel, whatever we're gonna call it. Because then I could buffer in a forward hit on the analog stick as well as a B attack at the same time for a stab. Because the position is kind of precise for being able to do that near the Morth. Bomb needs to blow up now. Look away. I looked away so that I wouldn't get any lag from the shoes blowing up. There's also a way to skip this cutscene now, but I haven't practiced it swordless, so I didn't want to try to do it. So thank you for the good luck, Monsieur Finn. Alright, let's go and get the leaf. Oh, nice. Alright. The one good split of the run so far. Ah, good jump. Speed's kind of low, but it should be able to make it. Right. Brrr. Hold right for long enough. Yeah, it took me almost 2 years to beat Twilight Princess. I was really slow. The Twilight Princess task reveal was like 3.5 hours ago. There's the Forsaken Fortress. It's a really slow charge up. Doing that cancels the cutscene that we don't really have to see. Oh, nice, and Abyss Forsaken Fortress also. All right, looks like the first half of the run was really bad, but the second half of the run might be good. Let's see what we can do. Also, with regards to the Morth Hover, I did try experimenting around with different arrow types like the fire, ice, and light arrows. The ice arrows actually delay the Morth death the longest, but the problem with them is that then, like, when an enemy gets frozen, they drop to the ground. I believe if they're high enough, they just instantly shatter, but because the Morth is on the ground, it, like, stays there and then begins to wiggle as if it's trying to escape. And when it does escape, the direction that it like pops out in is random, so it could potentially pop off the ledge and fall back down before it dies, which is why we can't use ice arrows there. Light arrows, for some reason if you kill the Morth with the light arrow, it still doesn't drop anything, even if you did the death storage before. And then fire arrows are the exact same as regular arrows, so may as well just use regular arrows. I mean, if you want to add more RNG to your run, you can always use the ice arrow and hope that the Morth pops off in the correct direction. You'll get more time before the heart spawns. That is correct, Annoyed Shoes. No more Fairy Hover. You can once again enjoy Wind Waker HD any percent. It's still raining. Well, Death Storage on Morths is... I mean, to be honest, Death Storage on Morths isn't new. Originally, like, in some run that I did, like, 6 months ago, I actually, like, accidentally did Morth Death Storage, but I didn't think anything of it. I was just like, oh, cool, you can kill the Morth, and then it's on you, and then it, like, you can just shake it off, like, whatever. But then, like, a week ago, I got the idea. I was like, oh, wait a minute, well... if it gets hit by the sword, maybe there's a chance this thing can drop a heart, like if you take it off and then kill it with like the bow or something. And it turns out that works. So, goodbye fairies. Oh, nice. Good bomb. Actually, I don't think this is enough speed. I know this is enough. Slow down just a wee bit. Don't sploosh here. If we sploosh here, it's really bad. Because we don't want to unload this area. Yeah, like there's no guarantee that the Morth will fly off in a direction that's good, or that it'll only like bounce away for long enough to not fall off the center platform. But the chance of it happening is pretty high, like at least compared to the Fairy Hover. It's like 20 times more likely. And you can reattempt it like every 10 seconds with the 3 Morths. And if you need to respawn the Morths, you can always just go into the War Pot and then come back out. Now, the trick with the grappling hook and pausing is called item sliding. No, thanks to manual super swimming, we don't actually have to do door clip, because when we finish Forsaken Fortress 1, the game actually spits us out on an overworld layer where the door at Forsaken Fortress 2 is unloaded, so we can just walk right in. Gets rid of door clip. That is correct, Thursday. The fairies have been kicked out of any percent, and they're not welcome back. They will forever be shunned. Yes, I also have to give personal shoutouts to Steve, Joe, and Bernard for sacrificing themselves for the sanity of the any percent runners. Also, yeah, because we didn't do certain early game sequences, Gonzo doesn't exist, so Errol's just gonna fly away. No fairy! Hi, Errol. Oops. That wasn't good. Got a little too greedy with how fast I wanted to go. It's not the right way to roll. So thank you very much, Killer KX, for the 1,000 bits. It's very generous of you. Well, if you jump... Okay, so... To get the precise position for the Morts, actually jumping out of the warp pot, like if you go in and out of the warp pot, and like Link does the jumping animation to come out, he's actually in the perfect position to stab the Morph that's behind him. So you just need to like go into CF, turn around, and then do the stab on that one. So that one's easy. You can sort of eyeball it based on how the Morph looks on the screen, because no matter where you are around the Morph will always turn its eye to face you. So you can use that as a consistent visual cue for how close you need to stand. I know, the Fairy Hover is... A first try Fairy Hover is still faster by around 30 seconds. But at its worst, it's like, assuming you get like the worst of the worst RNG possible on the Morph getting off of you, typically you'll only be about like tied or slightly behind a second try Fairy Hover. And the ship burns. So sad. Well, if you fail to hover itself, you die and you still lose like 2 minutes. But that's if you but if you fail to hover, that's typically your fault. That's not the Morph's fault. Also, the chance of the Morph spawning the heart is 100% because you're at low health. So you don't have to worry about the chances of the Morph like not dropping a heart. Although, like, after I figured the Morph Hover out, I had the idea of trying to do a Wind Temple boss key skip with the Morphs in Wind Temple that you can take with you. Also, thank you very much, Killer KX, for the next 200 bits. Thank you very much. You're being very generous today. So when I tried to do Wind Temple boss key skip with the Morphs, I actually couldn't get those Morphs to spawn a heart, which made me think that, like, I didn't do very much testing with this, but I think the only Morphs that do spawn hearts are the Morphs in the Puppet Cannon room, if I'm not mistaken. which just adds to the miracle that this works. Because Mort's drop during the Puppet Ganon fight also, in case you run out of magic on the 3rd phase. So I think they might have been like specially programmed to drop, like initiate drops if you were low on health or if you needed more magic. Well, not correct. Angle must have not been correct. Okay, that should be correct. Visual cue was very obvious right there to me. Also, yeah, barrier skip, woo. Barrier skip is like 9 months old now. Hello. Wasn't holding up enough. I'm not sure I have enough magic for this, but let's try it anyway. Alright, that would be fine. Yeah, I'm planning on making a post-commentary video for the Twilight Princess TAS. Check. I needed more magic for the light arrow shot on Phantom Ganon. Yes, the new hover does also work on the original game. I actually found it, or like I tested it and then eventually realized how to do it in the original game because like I could use Dolphin and save states and everything. Which makes testing much easier. Ah, no, this is not world record pace. This run had several really bad mistakes in the beginning. Ah, no. Worst RNG! This run will not use Fairy Hover, though. Well, no, if I do the post-commentary for the Twilight Princess test, it's gonna just be all in one session. And I'm not gonna, like, script every single line, I'm just gonna have, like, key points that I want to remember mentioning at certain times. I missed both of them. Nice. The elusive magic drops. Oh yeah, the speech that I read earlier, that was scripted. I scripted that in advance. I don't know why the pajamas specifically show up in Forsaken Fortress during that one cutscene, but I guess the game just assumes you must have them at that point, and so it puts them on you for the cutscene or something. No, last night, well no, the scripted thing I finished a few days ago. Last night I was typing the submission to task videos for the Twilight Princess tasks. Well no, the Twilight Princess task commentary would be like the Skyward Sword task commentary. It'd be the task going on while I commentate over it and explain everything that's going on. Also, yeah, I really wanted to use, like, I wanted to change stuff around with Moobot, but, like, for some reason I can't access the command list on Moobot right now. Like, I would try to do that and it would just give me a blank screen. So, the commands are just kind of stuck right now, being what they are. Oh, wow. Wow. Bad. Oh, see if I can get this. Hey, we got it. I lost like 6 seconds in that phase. No, that doesn't happen on New Game Plus. They checked to make sure that wouldn't happen in New Game Plus. Can we do Crypt Shot? Oh, nice, we got it. These drop hearts, or not hearts, magic. Alright, good. Okay, so now I'm intentionally going to take damage here. For the hover later. Oh, okay. Almost got me. Now what? I went the other way. Oh, okay, a 502, that's not too bad. Yeah, this isn't gonna be record because my record enters the loading zone to the Ganon fight in like a minute. I'm gonna use this later. Platform. A 105 should definitely be possible. I'd say that I'd probably want to push for a 104, though. Because there are still some segments that I can save a lot of time on compared to my PB. Anyway, who's ready for no fairies? I know I am. Thank you very much for the 20 extra bits, Killer KX. Alright, here we go. Fourth. Oh, and accidentally open the warp pod. Okay, yeah, so that wasn't a good direction, for instance. So then we come over here, line up with this one, and then try it again. Until we get a good direction like that. Morth stays on. While we do this, we can't walk at full speed, otherwise the Morth is going to try to jump to us. I find it easier to walk in first person doing this. Until the Morth is in the air, then it can't move. Okay, good. Morth is up there. Now we keep on going very slightly. Ooh, that position. It might work with that position, but I'm not okay, yeah, it'll work with that position. He went farther to the right. Like this, place down bomb, wait a little bit, throw the bomb so I can open up sword. Ash. And there we go, no fairies. Good days are ahead, my friends. I hope you are all as excited as I am. And thank you for the 20 more bits, Killer KX. Dropping all the red rupees today. And thank you for the blue rupee macropay. It's a story of time skip. Yeah. Alright, good night, Hager Jam. Oh yes, this needs to be a new copy pasta. I will completely endorse if you guys spam this in any chat. Spam it to the heavens. The task happened earlier today, around 4 hours ago. Yes, bring the spam. No longer is any percent dead, my fellow gamers. Once upon a time, months ago, we came upon... this is really hard to follow. Okay, I'm not gonna read that. It's too hard to follow at this point with everyone doing it. Yeah, that is a good copy pasta. I endorse it. Actually, I should be able to follow the bottom one. No longer is 90% dead, my fellow gamers. Once upon a time, months ago, we came upon this trial and struck down any percent. Regarded it with scorn, but now any percent will breathe new life. Join me in this beautiful day. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Okay. I'm done laughing. I'm sorry. I'm getting high off of the fact that any percent does not involve any RNG anymore. Of course, now you have to be a real... You have to be a real player in the final fight because you can't get hit by Ganondorf even once. Otherwise, you die. We're doing baby safety strats here. There it is, my friends. A glorious no reset run of Wind Waker HD any percent. With no fairies. That's not the world record. The world record is currently 108.01. That'll be uploaded after the stream, which ends with this run here. I mean, I guess this is technically world record because you guys haven't seen the 108.01 yet. I could be lying, but I'm not. But anyway, that was a completed Wind Waker HD run, which was mostly terrible. There were some good splits, though. This was a little more than 2 minutes behind my PB, yeah. I saved a minute on the Morth hover because the Morth hover in my PB was really bad. Yeah, so this is, I guess, the record until I upload the 108.01. Or, well, it is uploaded, but it's unlisted right now. So that'll be turned to public after the stream ends. My sum of best isn't very good right now. It's like a 104, I think. Yeah, 104.02. So that can be lowered by... That can be lowered to a 102, definitely. I don't know about any lower, though. Also, thank you for the 110 bits spiders in rap. But yeah, so no resets, or no reset runs of this game should always be like, you know, sub 115, for instance. And thank you very much, Senior Tenchi, for the 4-month subscription. The end of the run is typically just determined by the people in the community. We end on the frame that Link stabs Ganondorf in the head, because that seems like the most relevant point that the game officially ends at. Like, there is text after this, but we don't count it because, like, you don't need any skill to go through text, and it would just add unnecessary time to the run. But yeah, I'd say that was an exciting stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I did a few attempts in the past few days. At first I got a 111.42, which wasn't a record, and then I got the 108.01, and I was like, alright, that's good enough for right now. Of course, I want to beat that. No, there's no category separation based off of Fairy Hover. I mean, it's irrelevant now, so there's no reason to do something like that. But yeah, so after this stream, I'm gonna highlight the task commentary that we did in the live reveal today. and then that'll be uploaded to YouTube, exported technically. The 108 will go public. There will be a tutorial very soon, like within the next few hours, on how to correctly do the Morph hover. And yeah, I think that's everything. If I'm remembering correctly. And like, you know, submit all the time to the leaderboards and stuff. Gonzo exists in this scene in the credits, but there's a later scene where he's gone again, so he partially exists. I don't know, maybe he gets demoted in between scenes or something. Yeah, so if you follow me on Twitter, you'll get notifications to when I upload, or when like all those videos will go up on YouTube. And you can have fun tomorrow watching them all. Yeah, eventually I can do a manual Super Swim tutorial. I don't understand the swim, or I don't think I understand it enough right now to make a tutorial on it, like, now. But probably within, like, the next few weeks I can make a tutorial on that. Will I upload the speech? Yes, actually, that's what I need to do. I'm gonna highlight the speech on Twitch and then upload it as a stream highlight. You just joined. What did you miss? Well, we kicked the fairy hover out of any percent, so there's no more fairy hover now. Which means that there is no RNG, or no run-killing RNG in Wind Waker HD any percent now. I'll definitely stream sometime this week with more any percent attempts, because we need to get this time lower. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow or Monday, or like Tuesday even, because there's a bunch of homework that I have to do, and stuff that I have to finish. But if I have time, like if I finish stuff early, then I can do some attempts tomorrow. I definitely don't want to do attempts every day, just because the Super Swim is like, you know, it's stressful on the arm, so we'll likely have days in between streams that we do Wind Waker HD any percent. Even though I'd like to do it for like 8 hours every day, but that's not something we can really do. Yeah, so again, just if you follow me on Twitter, you'll get the notification for when the videos go up that explain everything. Because I will be posting all of the explanations and stuff on YouTube. But yeah, 2018, we're starting off with a bang. Hopefully we can keep it going. The Twilight Princess task will be on YouTube. Currently, there will be, there's going to be an unlisted version with no commentary that will be linked in the stream reveal version. Because I know some people just like to watch runs that don't have commentary. I guess they find it distracting, so that's just an option there if people want it. But the live stream one will be highlighted and uploaded to YouTube. I assume that more people are probably going to want to pick up this category now, since it's infinitely better without the fairy hover. So I'm excited to see what new runners will have come to the community. I know the manual super swimming can still be like kind of deterring towards people wanting to run it, but other than the manual super swim, there isn't really anything that is super difficult or super RNG worthy. Yeah, Dragonbane, I'm still planning on doing that version, but that version's not gonna be up today. That's gonna be like probably in the next week or so, I would hope. Song of the Hero Skip and Skyward Sword and early explosives in MN3D. Yes. That needs to happen eventually. I will be sad if those do not happen eventually. Yes, Drowning in Molasses. You can complete this game without doing the fairy hover in any percent, or collecting the hookshot or the boomerang. Also, Gonzo's missing, so no one's at the wheel. Yes, the Morph Hover works in SD. So if Barrier Skip gets found in SD, then any percent will not be awful in SD. You'd probably still have to go get the Grapple Hook, though, which could waste some time, but you won't have to do the Fairy Hover, even if you get Grapple Hook. It's mid-2018. Gymnastics has quit speedrunning. He's now a variety streamer. He primarily shows Doki Doki Literature Club and VR chat. Dark days are upon us. God, if that ever happened. Someone help me. Okay. Well, this is goodbye for today, ladies and gentlemen, at just under 5 hours of stream time. Though based on the chat activity, I think you guys all had a pretty good time. I know that I certainly had a lot of fun doing this. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. Once again, the videos will be uploaded later, but first I'm going to go get dinner because I'm very hungry. And yeah, so I'll see you guys all probably sometime next week for more any percent attempts, and hopefully we can push this game down to a 105 or something like that pretty quickly. We'll take a bit of practice though. But yeah, so thank you very much, and goodbye.